Hey guys, Frank here, your virtual general aviation aviator. There you go. So, I am at Midway in Chicago, in Illinois. Yeah, Chicago. And my plan is to stream. Let me get rid of this box here. My plan is to stream this flight from, oh, there's Southwest taking off. Streamed the entire flight from Chicago to Raleigh, Durham. Now, this is my fourth attempt, and each time something has gone amiss. Either I had either the sim crash to the desktop, or I get a blue screen, or I didn't configure the aircraft correctly and had the cabin temperature, the cabin altitude not work. Anyway, so hopefully this time we will avoid all of that and get a full flight in. I really want to see if this works. I think we got a passenger jet passing by directly. I don't think you guys can hear my desktop audio. 'Cause so let me check that out, make sure that that's working as expected. Speakers, I can see my speakers. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Yeah, so I did change some stuff up, some drivers up, updated some drivers, and that changed a couple of things up. But yeah, hopefully this will work. All right, so I hope to get some of you guys to join. If not, then that's the way of the world. Okay, so yeah, all right. Okay, so I'm in Stream Manager on YouTube, not YouTube, but Twitch. And I should, I've got a chat box on OBS for YouTube, so I'm hoping I can keep up with chats if I have anyone join, but we'll see. All right, so let's get this show on the road. All right, so let's get in the aircraft. Huh. All right, so I think we want to go into the FBO to get in the aircraft, right? All right, first problem, I don't know how to get back in the aircraft except for to do it this way. By George. This just add needless time to a stream, but it is what it is. All right, so this is the only way I know to do it right now. And if I'd have known I was gonna run into this issue, I would have tried to sort it out before I started the stream. But you never know until you know. Okay, so let's get that started, and this should dump me back into the FBO. Awesome. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and move up. And I will probably need some fuel. So let's go here and ask the young lady at the desk. And not used to looking down with my mouse. All right, so I am in November 221 Sierra Whiskey today. It's going to take me at least an hour to get airborne. I already know that. It always do. And I guess we'll take a GPU and let's see. Oh yeah, crew. And this time we're gonna have 8 passengers. Quite a few of these guys don't need any de-icing, but we do have a de-icing frequency. All right, and let's see. Go ahead and sign this guy. And I didn't hear anything from Jenny, from the young lady sitting at the counter. So that's odd. I've already done the paperwork. So, so yeah. All right. And this is the Challenger 650. Beautiful aircraft. Some people think it looks kind of fat. I think it looks fine. Well, actually, I did think it looked a little fat before. And if I can remember to, I am going to send a message via via Twitch just to make sure that I can see if anybody chime in, and I guess I can. And I'm gonna send one via YouTube, um, just to make sure. Okay, so I'm hoping that's working the way it should. All right, so let's get the door open. And one of these days, I am going to learn to be really dynamic sounding, right? Because I don't get many subscribers or views on my channel. And I think that's because of the way I communicate. Guys don't like me. That's okay. I did not mean for that to happen. All right, get out. Get out. I like that I do have a key that would get me in the aircraft really quickly, but I really didn't mean to click that key. All right, down the steps, because I did manage to get those open. All right, let's grab this guy right here, these chuck, and we'll go ahead and reach up under there, get that pin. All right, got it. Got a bag uh, strapped over my shoulder so I can put this stuff in. And I got 4 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I see my GPU finally started up, showed up, and the guy's out here hooking that up. So kudos to him. And let's see if I can't get my get these guys out. One, got 3 of these to get out. 2 and 3. All right, back out of here. Whoa, bumped myself on that GPU. All right, so let's go ahead over here and get this guy here. And let's reach up under here and get this guy. All right, so I got all my pins out. And I could use my mouse to help guide me along. I just ain't used to it because for the longest I didn't realize that I had a plug-in that was affecting my walk around. And until I removed that plug-in, my walk around was not working as it should have been. So I always use the keyboard rather than the mouse. And okay, so this is something that I'm learning with the GPU plugged in. Let's see if I can't, if it's gonna allow me to reach in there and flip that button up. I guess it will. All right, cool. So now when he disconnect the GPU and I give the aircraft some power, my uh, turn. There we go. My my nose doors ought to close. That's the plan. Okay, now this thing is moving. The walk around was moving pretty quickly. Now it's moving fairly slow. Not sure why. All right, let me hold shift down and hit Q. That swings me around a lot faster. I was going to say a little faster, but it's actually a lot faster. All right, let's get up these steps. Get in, and we're in. Okay, so I don't want to shut the door because I got passengers coming and the fuel guy is coming. I have shut the fuel guy out before, and lo and behold, he beats on the door. Captain, Captain, let me in. All right. So, okay, so I am going to take a quick break and bring up YouTube. I'm not YouTube, but Twitch on my desktop, on my laptop, that is. I want to see if if this is streaming okay. The last time I streamed, I was trying to stream both YouTube and uh-oh, so let me turn the volume down or mute it. Okay, I got that muted, I think. Yeah, I was trying to stream both YouTube and Twitch in 4K, and that was not working out. Let's see. So now, all right. So what the devil am I? I should be in the aircraft, right? Pretty sure I sat down. Okay, I did. I'm looking out the window. All right. So I just need to go back. All right. I tell you what. I'm gonna go ahead and start X camera. I got a shortcut started installed for it, so I don't have to do it that way. But yeah, Twitch looks good now. Thank God. All right. And I'm hoping YouTube looks good. I know it's gonna blur a little bit when I make my camera movements, but it is what it is. It should clear up as I sit still. All right, let's get rid of this guy. And I know this is gonna be a super long video. All right, let's pull out our chat list. And go to the next page. All right. So here we go. Circuit breakers. Do have to check those guys because they are all modeled. Those look okay. Don't see anything popped. Those look okay. Have my first officer look at the other side. And let me turn this labels off on traffic global. Get a good looks peek, good gander. And check this one at the bottom too. Looking good. All right. Circuit breakers are in. Overhead switches. Oh, he's out here already. Buddy, I don't know yet. You gotta wait. Okay, overhead switches. All right, so this is available. So with that on, maybe I can get, yeah, with that on, maybe I can go ahead and see how much fuel I need because I'm on the GPU. Fuel hadn't registered yet. I don't know if I need the battery to register the fuel. Let me give it a minute. No, it's reading the fuel. Okay, good deal. Just needed some time. All right. So I am not hearing my nose door warning. Huh. Let me go over here and check something. All right. Sound. Okay. I know what the problem is. Butt kicker needs to be sent to the right outputs. So just give me a second, guys. We will sort this out. So give me a chance to pull this up. And I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Maybe you can. All right, so select an output device. It's gonna be
nose door.
Okay.
Nose door. Nose door. Nose door. Nose door. Nose door.
Right. And I'm getting a little echo. So as I mentioned, this is mostly a test stream. So yeah, this is mostly testing. Okay. And desktop audio, I think it's feel like it's getting audio from two sources. Something is, but we'll keep going and figure it out. All right. So he still wants to know how much gas I need. All right. So I did do a sim brief. I told you I've already done the paperwork. And guess I should generate my flight plan in OPF, operational flight plan. Okay, so lot fuel is 7,090 pounds, and I've got 4,080 pounds on here, so 7,800, so we'll make that 7,900 pounds minus 4,400 pounds, and we'll do the math on that. That's 3,500 pounds that we need. All right, so bring up my calculator. So I got 3,500 pounds divided by the weight of the jet fuel, 6.8. That's going to give me 515 gallons rounded, okay? So we're telling the pump 515 pounds. 530. Give me a little buffer there.
All right, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
So I am getting the echo. Thank you for your patience. All right. So if he's going to start up the pump, then I'm going to need to turn the fuel panel on so that the aircraft will accept the fuel. So turn it on. Do my lamp test. Lamps look okay. And override shut off test. And I am pretty even on the fuel, but I'm gonna go ahead and pump about 300 extra gallons in my right tank to compensate for the extra gallons in my right tank to compensate for the APU that's burning fuel off that tank. Okay, so that's happening now, and that's right at 200. So I'm gonna go ahead and open this fuel valve here, and I should start to get fuel on both sides now. Awesome blossom. Okay. I don't want to create too much of a fuel imbalance. If I get a small imbalance on the right tank being too heavy, then as I put in the flight plan, I should burn it off as I configure the aircraft. All right. So he's pumping gas. He knows how much to pump. There's my fuel imbalance. Got too much in that right tank. I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shut that tank off just for a minute here. And let that right tank kind of build up a little fuel to compensate. I mean, let that left tank build up a little fuel to compensate. All right, turn it back on now. And that should help with the imbalance. And because of the imbalance, I might go ahead and go. Well, the imbalance did go away. Cool. I was about to say because of the imbalance, I might go ahead and go with the APU, get off the GPU, but look like I'm doing okay. All right, so get back over to my checklist. All right, nose, let's see, overhead switches. So let's go ahead and make sure they're all off. And just quick run through. Up is off. They look like they're all in the off position to me. All right. So yeah, good deal. All right, nose steer is off. Yep. And landing gear lever is down. Check. Down on the Bravo yoke, the Bravo throttle. Flight spoilers are retracted. Yep. And a lot of times, what we have to do, as if I'm a real life pilot, a lot of times what real life pilots do is they touch stuff to make sure that
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you
everything
need
is right.
anything else?
All right, let's see what we got here. 3790, 40, and I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Nope. You can go ahead and disconnect.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way.
$3,753. All right. Well,
Here's a copy for your records.
I'll put a check
Have a
in the
nice
mail.
day.
All right. So yeah. All right. He's gone. Jenny should be calling soon, and I'm nowhere near ready for passengers. Okay. Flight spoilers are retracted. Flight levels are up. Landing gear is stowed. Pitch. ADG manual is stowed. Lamp test. And it's working. I'll tell you what. Yeah. Things look a little darker than they should, I think. All right. Logbooks and documents on board. Safety equipment check. External check complete. All right. So, next page. All right. Battery master can come on. And we can go ahead and disconnect the GPU. I mean, not the GPU, but the external. Well, no, actually, I don't want to disconnect it. I want to. Oh, oh, did it go away? Something got mighty quiet here. No, guess that was that truck. So yeah. But I don't want to disconnect it because what I want to do now is look at my, well, first, I guess, first I just need to stay with my checklist, right? All right, so I need to look at the battery volts. And let's go to DC 26. Yep, good on the battery volts. And do my squib test before we start the GPU. Okay, squib 5. Okay, they look good. Well, I got 4. That look good to me. All right, and that's the APU bottle test and the fire audible test.
Jet pipe overheat.
All right, that sounds good. Looks good. And I did update the video, the driver, the audio driver, so that might be why I'm here. It sounds like it's echoing. It might be because I don't know, but time will tell. Okay, let's see what's next. What is next in my checklist? All right, so we're gonna skip the APU for right now and go ahead and get our flight plan sorted out. Then we'll come back to the APU. But I do want to adjust these lights because they look kind of dim. They look kind of funky. see. Integer. Integer. Is that any better? I want to be able to see if I can get where I can see what's going on with the lights at the same time. Actually, it's the light, these are the ones that I want to adjust. Copilot look okay. Yeah, that look a little better. All right. And so let's actually go down to this guy and dim it up just a touch. Okay, that's better. All right. And I guess I should dim this side just 1 or 2 notches. All right. So get this handle out the way and want to go to index, right? And status. All right. Get our ARAC and pop it in to make sure that we current, and go ahead and do our position. I'm at K Delta Mike Whiskey. All right. So that's pretty far off. 46. Let's see, K Delta Mike Whiskey. But this is a big airport, so the point that, yeah. But I don't like that being that far off. Do I have the right code in? It's a good question. I probably should double check that this is midway. Midway. See, this is not midway. That's why. Yep. All right. So, kilo midway. There we go. In 40, yeah, now that's a lot better. Isn't that a lot better? See what cross-checking can do. All right. So yeah, I'm okay with that now. All right. And I do want to go back to my index and the root menu, and I'm going to pull my flight plan, hopefully from SimBrief. My flight number for this flight is 6015, and let's see if that works. Should be downloading it. And while that's downloading, I can go ahead and go to the next item on my checklist. And then I come back up and start my APU. So to start the APU, what steps are we gonna go? We're just gonna turn the APU on and check the make sure that the APU bleed air and load control valves are off. Okay. So let's see if we got our flight plan. Yep, it says flight plan loaded. All right. So that means I can go to my secondary flight plan, which is the flight plan that we were looking for. And got 3 pages. All right, there are my waypoints. Very good. All right. So go back here, and I want to activate this guy to make it my primary and execute it. All right, and we'll do our purse when we get a little bit closer to taking off. Okay, so we can close that guy out for a minute. And the way this works with me, I have to look around from time to time to make sure that I don't have anybody who sent me a message in chat. Okay, so now that we've got that done, what is next? Starting to, we need to call Jenny, or we don't have to call her to disconnect. So want to disconnect this guy. Okay, we're on battery now. And now we want to start the APU fuel and start the APU. All right, it's starting up, it's counting up right here, so that's a good sign. APU battery is coming up. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Those doors open. And see, we got 100% just about. So now I can go ahead and turn the APU on. I hear it coming alive. Alright, I can also, so I don't want to turn the generators on until I start the aircraft. So yeah, we are looking good. Clear that caution and clear that fail message. And go to the next page. Okay, and yeah, so we've pretty much have bypassed this part. There we go. Got a match. All right. Do our duct monitor test. I'm gonna cast these messages here.
Bleed air duct.
Good deal. Loop test A and B are working as expected. Awesome blossom. Okay. Let's see, I got another pair of glasses that's supposed to be just for the flight simulator to help me see a little better. Okay. And yeah, all right, what's next? Didn't mean for that to happen. Okay, so I can go to the next page. Done this. All right. And make sure our nose door is clear. And just, can't really tell, but hope nobody's out there. No. We'll look at the marshal and whatever. All right, I can hear my nose door closing and my nose door cast message is going out. Nice. All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and do what I know I gotta do, which is check my hydraulics. So I'm bringing this hydraulic page up. I got 3A on. I got positive brake pressure. Brakes are not set because it's still chalked up, but yeah, I got positive inboard brakes. So let's go ahead and turn everything on. I got pressure on the 1B. Let's see, got pressure on 2B. Got pressure on 2B and pressure on 3B. Need to read what I'm doing. All right, and everything looks good. Uh-oh. Yeah, I got pressure across the board. Good deal. So I'm gonna go to auto, go to on. And go to auto. Everything comes down. Come on. Come down. There we go. All right. Pressure across the board, but some of the pressure may be leaking down. If so, that's okay. That is all right. Okay, now what's next? I've been going through this checklist forever, and some days I can go through it pretty quickly. Some days not. Today is a not day. Okay, park and brake can go ahead and set that guy. Parking brakes is set. And nose door is closed. Hydraulic pumps are on. Okay, so I've done all that. And let's see, electrical panel. Check that generators are off. They are. And the AC DC switch can come on. That powers the unit in the back so that if I had flight attendants, they could operate the lights and whatnot. All right. Let's see. Okay. And start ignition panel. That's already checked. And I know that's everything is off. So let's go to the next page. Go to the top of the next page. Let's do our fuel check. And after we do that, we can turn our 10 stage, get our 10 stage ready to start. All right. All right. Left is open. Right is open. And everything is off. All right, good deal. All right, so we can turn our load control valve on here and our isolation valve. And at this point, we can turn on our packs. Now, one thing about the packs is the packs put a lot of power when they come on. So we do want to give it a minute to rebuild here. And she's building back up on the EGT. Yep. All right. So we'll go ahead and turn the other pack on. And see, the EGT, the exhaust temp, gas temp, dropped down to 261, but it's back up and it's building. So yeah, we are good. All right, and let's go ahead and turn the arm this guy and turn the seatbelt signs on. And I'm pretty much ready for Jenny to send the passengers. Of course, they got to come. I should call her and see if they're there. I don't think she called me while my sound was out. All right, PAX electric air conditioning panel is on. Set temperature as required, and we'll heat things a little bit up in the cabin. And next. All right, pressurization, and we do need to know what our ATIS is here in our, well, not our ATIS, our barometer is here. So we can get meters a couple ways. We can get them from listening to the ATIS, or we can get a digital ATIS. Let's go ahead and get a digital ATIS. And what we'll do is we get it on this panel here. Let me make sure I got my spoilers back up to 4. All right, so to get that digital ATIS, go to data link ATIS, put in our airport that we're at Midway. I have to sound it out to remember the code, and departure ATIS is what we want, and I like to have it do the auto updates, so when I glance down at it later, I know I got the latest ATIS. And let's see what our altimeter is. 2993, pretty close to standard. All right, so 2993. It's gonna be about right here. Okay, and our landing elevation is gonna be roughly about 3. All right.
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hotstart Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived.
Good.
Shall I have them brought to the plane?
Absolutely.
Understood. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else?
Nope, thanks, Jenny.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
You too. Oh, she hung up on me. Beep. But that's okay. All right, so what's next? One of the reasons I talk my way through this, even when I don't have anybody on my stream, is, hey, let's see, I do have somebody on my stream. US April, good afternoon. Have you tried the Zebo 737 or the A310? And the answer to that is I have not. I am pretty much a general aviation guy, which is why my channel is Virtual GA. The GA is for general aviation. So I'm not really an airliner guy. I don't really fly the airliners that much, but I love I actually love this Challenger here. In fact, after flying the Challenger, it's hard to get back into flying the lower and slower aircraft. So lately I've been flying primarily the Challenger and the Citation X. So yeah, I'm a little bit slow on checking my chats, especially while I'm doing this. But as I was saying, the reason why I talk my way through, even when there's nobody on, thank God I do have somebody on at the moment, and welcome, appreciate it, is because these streams tend to wind up on YouTube, and if anybody watches later, then they can hear the whole spiel as opposed to me just sitting here clicking buttons and being quiet. All right, so let's go back to that checklist here and bleed error. Now, bleed error is where I tend to run into problems because if I don't get my bleed error just right, then my auto throttle won't work. My cabin pressure may not work, and what else? Yeah, so I tend to have problems with those things. So yeah, so let me go ahead and do that review, and everything here should be out. This should be out, in, and out. That looks like it's in the right positions. So that's kind of just a review.
Hello, Captain. Hope you are doing well today.
Hi.
Great. There's nobody else coming along today, so as far as we're concerned, we're all good to go.
All right, guys. Have a seat, and we will be shoving off in pretty soon. Okay, so now I can shut my door whenever I get around to it. All right, so supplemental wing ice panel switches are out, and cold anti-ice switches. Press the cold left and right switches in. The cowl. Okay, and that's done. I should not get these messages. I did not get them, so that looks good. And let's go to the next page. All right. And anti-ice panel. Check wing switch is off. It is. Check left and right heats are extinguished. They are. Check cowl left and right switches are pressed out. Okay. And move windshield left and right switches, the high and hold test buttons, and I should get those 4 cowl messages, and then I can go to my ice detection switch and the wing overheat tests. So let me do all of that. Okay, so set these on high, hit the test button, and I see in my CAS what I need to see. Okay, so now I can do the ice detect button. Okay, that works. Wing overheat. I should get an audible.
Wing overheat.
Got that. All right, so we are looking good. We are looking good. And what's next? Okay, so we saw all of that stuff. Emergency lights. I think I've already turned those on. Already on them, so that's good. And I should get a white CAS message. I did, and then yep. So yeah, seatbelt signs are on. And let's go out here and shut this door. So I can toggle off X camera. And now I can go out and close the door. Grab this guy here. Hey, good deal. Push that down, and this guy right here should turn green, and when it's green, I'm all set. All right. So let's open this panel and let's do Okay. And grab this guy and turn around. And we'll start the pre-takeoff message.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please have your attention.
Get that out the
Your
way.
flight crew would like to welcome you aboard this Challenger
FLA
650 for your
requires
flight
that we
today.
play that message.
We would like to take a moment to
Alright,
review
get
the
in our
safety
seat.
features of this Challenger 650 aircraft.
And
The FAA's regulations require
back to our
passengers to observe
checklist.
the lighted seatbelt and no smoking signs, as well as to follow crew member instructions at all times.
all right, glare shield panel,
During takeoff and landing, seatbelts must be secured, worn low,
crew and
tight
passenger
across your hips.
oxygen, and
If the seats are equipped with a shoulder
DCU
harness,
warning
it
switch,
must also be secured
cockpit
while in the
voice
seat.
recorder, and audio
Smoking is not
panels.
allowed while
Okay,
the aircraft is on the ground
so let's
or
do
any time
those.
the
Start with
no-smoking sign is
passenger
illuminated.
oxygen,
Smoking of cigars and pipes is not allowed at any time.
audible.
Smoking
Go
is
to
prohibited
first
in
officer
the
side,
lavatories
check
at
his
all
side.
times. Tampering with, destroying, or disabling
Audible.
the smoke detector in lavatories is prohibited by federal law.
No lights on the
In the event of an
DCUs,
emergency, there are
cockpit
two
voice
emergency
recorder.
exits on board this aircraft. One overwing emergency exit on
Test
the
it.
right-hand side of the cabin,
And
the main passenger door located at the
the
forward left-hand side. of the
volumes on
cabin.
COM2
Open
need to
the
come up.
overwing emergency exit door, pull the handle,
And
and then pull the door inward
So
into
yeah,
the
we're
cabin.
looking good.
To open the main passenger door, raise the red handle and push the door outward. In
Bring
the
that
event
down
of
so
an
we can go to
emergency,
the next
emergency
page.
lighting will illuminate and floor pump
And
lighting
we'll do
will
the
direct
stick
the
shaker
exits.
test.
The exit locations are indicated by illuminated red signs.
All right, so
In the unlikely event that there is a loss of cabin pressurization,
what I'm gonna do
oxygen
is
masks
I'm
will
gonna
automatically deploy from the space
turn these
between the
on,
front
then I'm
and
gonna
end.
hit this button, and when I turn these on, my stick should shake and pour forward to push my nose down. And when I hit this G switch, then the forward pressure should release. Okay.
Please note that smoking is not allowed when
All right, hit the G switch, and it released. All right, and it should have happened on both sides. Don't really have to go through it again, but I will. I know it is complex. It is really complex. Okay, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
Should be secured for takeoff and landing. Seatbelts must be worn during taxi.
That
takeoff,
one is more
and at
complex
any
than the
time
Challenger
the
3.
seatbelt
Oh, it's a
sign
lot
is
more
illuminated.
complex than the Challenger
To fasten the
300.
seatbelt, place the
This
passenger
one
plate into the buckle.
is
If equipped with a
built
shoulder
on
harness,
what's called
secure
first
the tab to the
principles,
buckle. To
which
tighten,
means
pull the
that
tab, and to remove, lift
that
the buckle up.
it doesn't use any lookup tables.
Taxi,
Everything that happens
seats must be placed in their
happens because it is fully modeled based on real world physics. It's incredible. This aircraft here has, I'm not a programmer whatsoever, but suffice it to say the X-Plane has like 600 lines of code in the whole program, somewhere thereabout. This program has about 300. This aircraft has about 300 lines of code by itself. I mean, it is so complex that that it's doubtful we'll see anything that come close to it anytime soon. Anyway, it is so complex that I've heard pilots say that real world pilots are now using this program, using this aircraft to practice up for the simulator, for the real world simulator training, because it's so close, so accurate, and it actually has more information to help them prepare than a lot of their real world stuff. I mean, if you look here and go to the study section, then you can see pretty much everything. I can see, I don't know, I got the APU running. Let's see if there's an APU. Yeah, so here's my APU, and you know, it's telling me exactly what's going on inside the APU. And there's a write-up for just about every portion of it. Static pressure, how it works, um, what this static temperature, stream, or free air is, you know, the whole nine. So yes, it is really a complex piece of work here. So, and that's just on the APU system. This guy, the developer is Hotstart, and the guy who did the bulk of the programming, his name is Total Rico, and the guy, in my opinion, is virtually a genius to be able to put such a complex piece of work together. Well, I say virtually because I don't know if he's actually a real genius or not, but the guy's super, super smart. All right, so I've played the message. I've done the stall system check. Integrated standby systems. All right, so we got this guy here, and we do know that the barometer is 2993. Let's just check here to make sure that it hadn't changed, because I do have auto updates on 2993, so I'm good to go there. All right, and I can get rid of that, and the clock reset. It's in UTC, so that works for me. MLG bay overheat. That's main landing gear, and this is the first flight of the day, so I am going to run that test.
Gear bay overheat.
And that's all there is to it. Okay. So, I know that they work. TALS warning switches. So, they are these guys here. And that has a test. And I just want to make sure that I can hear it. I'm not going to let it run through everything, but I just want to make sure that I can hear it.
Flight slow. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear.
All right,
Wind
so
shear.
I'm happy that I can hear it, so I'm going to toggle it off.
Terrain. Pull up.
Maybe not.
Sink rate. Pull up. Terrain.
So,
Don't sink.
so
Don't sink.
US,
Too low. Terrain.
USA PR,
Too low.
what do you
Gear.
fly?
Too low. Flaps. Too
Do
low.
you, are you a
Terrain.
jet guy, an
Flight
airliner
slow.
guy?
Bank angle. Bank angle.
Approaching
Or maybe you can't hear me over all this testing.
2,500,
See if-
1,000, 500, 100,
I thought if I toggle it
50,
again, it would
40.
turn off,
30,
but
20,
doesn't look like
10,
it.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Caution. Wind shear. Too low. Terrain.
Actually, I think I
Caution,
started it over
terrain.
again. My bad.
Caution. Terrain.
Okay, so
Terrain,
you know that's
terrain.
working.
Pull up.
Thrust levers.
Obstacle. Caution. Obstacle.
Okay, pitch and
Obstacle,
rolls
obstacle.
in and stowed.
Pull up.
Ground spoilers. Can go to auto. Thrust reversals can go to armed. And thrust levers are in the shut off position, but they want us to do the full motion check. So we'll do that. right, good deal. And next page. All right. So engine speed switches it's right here, and they want us to do which test engine vibration, and we should get a VIB here, and this fan vibration should turn yellow. All right, so give you a heads up of what to look for, and that's this test here. Looking over there, fan vibration and VIB looking good. All right, and some more RO warnings. So number 1 is working. Check number 2. Number 2 is working. Yeah, I try most of them, but I prefer GA. Yep, same here. I'm 100% GA, and actually GA is so broad because it encompasses everything from a Cub to even the Wright brothers um, flower up to a jet this complex, all its GA. Um, so yeah, these corporate pilots who fly these executives around for companies like Exxon and Coke and these Fortune 500 companies are all considered GA pilots. So yeah, I'm staying in my lane. Don't want to get out of my lane. All right, so smoke detector. All right, so that's a quick little test.
Smoke.
All right, good deal. And I saw the warning light come on. And go down to the next page. Actually, I have to go up and hit this so it'll start at the top of the page. And the mark trims, which are a little complicated. So I've done this test and I've done it correctly, but I'm going to skip doing it correctly today and just turn them on. And same with the yaw dampers. Let me uncast these messages. I think they're still cast. Okay, yep. Because now I see the yaw damper and the hydro pressures being low. All right, so it's actually, I say uncast. It's actually called unbox them. Yeah, so when you do this, you're actually boxing them and then unboxing them. All right. And then the yaw damper, that should go off, and it did. Alrighty. And what's next? I am going so slowly, I might get a fuel imbalance if I don't speed up here. Passengers are getting kind of winter. We are ready to go. Yaw dampers, thrust inhibit, reverse inhibit switches are set to norm. RS are aligned. CDP, CPDLC, login. I won't need that for this flight. And TCAS. I should do a TCAS check. And let's see, TCAS tune. TCAS, and let me go ahead and put my squawk code in. So what am I going to use for a squawk code? 5223. That works. So I got a J here. I need to clear this. 5223. All right, and that goes here. And now, while I got this out, might as well put in my radio frequencies. and I can get those frequencies. You know what? I should bring up my iPad, right? Let's see if I can bring my iPad up on this guy. 3, 2, 1, broadcast, okay. So, bring up 4 flight. And so, pop that up, see if it's working. Ah, snap, my iPad is, well, there we go. There's my iPad. All right, flight plan, clear, 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 clear. Clear all. And we at midway, KM, midway. I have to do it that way to remember what that is. And we go in the RDU. All right, so let's see if we can't find that route that we're on. And I think it's the first route that came up that we're on. Let me just pop into SimBrief. And yep, so we're doing this route here. And we're gonna pick 5 right for right now. That may not be right, but just for the moment, that's what we're gonna pick. And like we're gonna, gee whiz, we got weather all over the country, don't we? All right, so that's good to know that I got weather to contend with. All right, so one of the things that I want to know are my frequencies. So show on map and info. So my ADAS frequency is 132.75. So put that in COM2, 132.75. And my ground frequency is 121.65. I'm going to talk to ground first. 121.65. So I know I want to put that there. And my tower frequency is 135.2. And too bad I can't, oh yeah, I can. My departure frequency is going to be 128.2. So I was about to say, too bad I can't get my departure frequency. Is that 0.2 or 0.02? 0.2. Okay, 0.2. Okay, so I got the next 4 frequencies preset. Show on map. Okay, so I can close that, and let's see. Look like I got marginal VFR, so the weather is not great out there. All right, and we are using real world weather. All right, so yeah. So now I can close up this iPad. Do it now before I forget. And I can close this guy up. And let's listen to our ADAS. Let's go over here to the co-pilot side.
Conditions overcast at 1,600. Fuel at 15,500. Temperature 2. Dew point -1. Altimeter 29993. Advise on initial contact you have. Information India.
India.
Midway. Information India 1925. Zulu. Arriving runways 22 left, 22 right. Departing runways 31 center, 31 right, 31 left. Weather. Wind 250 degrees at 14 knots. Gusts 20. Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky conditions overcast at 1,600. Fuel at 15,500. Temperature 2. Dew point -1. Altimeter 29993. Advise on initial contact you have. Information India.
All right, so we can stop that. All right, so looks like we're gonna be departing on the 3-1s. Like they're arriving on 3-2s. I mean on 2-2s. And I was so hoping that I could depart on 2-2. So let's see what that might look like. Alrighty. So here I am. I'm this little blue dot here, and we are closer to 3-1 center. I don't even see a 3-1 left, but there was a 3-1 left. I see 3-1 center and 3-1 right. There's 3-1 hit center here and 3-1 right, but I don't see a 3-1 center. 3-1 left, that is. Oh well, it is what it is. All right, so it's not worth worrying about. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna taxi. Let's see. We'll come out here to Yankee and taxi Kilo all the way. Whoops, that's not right. Taxi to Kilo. Yeah, all the way here to. Okay, get in there, guy. To 3-1. Not 3-1 right, but to 3-1 center. I think you can see we'll take Foxtrot up to 3-1 center, and looks like we'll go straight down until we pick up the runway. All right, got what is that in front of me here? Hop out and take a look. Southwest 737. I should have known that was a 737 by the way the please try pulling the yoke as gently as possible when taking off. I am not sure angle number. Yeah, you're right. I generally am fairly good at taking off on this aircraft, and definitely will have to pull it gently, because it would definitely jump off the runway. All right, ATS clearance. Both pilots are required for this. FMT flight plan and wind updates. I do need to finish my flight plan. So I got my winds here. See, this is why I do the how should I say the regular updates, because my altimeter has changed from 2993 to 2994. Okay, so I can see that the barometric pressure is rising. Okay, so let's go back to flight plan, and let's go ahead and put our departure in. We know from looking at this guy that, let's see, did we have a departure? Did we have a SID? I don't think we have. I don't recall seeing a SID. Okay, so no SID, but we do know we want to use 3-1 center. Okay. I couldn't even find 3-1. Let's see, next page. And let me turn off this iPad. Let's forget to turn it off. All right, so we do know we want to use 3-1 center. Next page, 3-1 center. And we're not going to use either of those departures. Here's margin of VFR, so yeah, guess we're good. All right, and then legs. Okay, and let's see. We want to restrict our speed for that first 22 miles to 200, and that's because we're so close to Chicago's O'Hara, and that's Class B airspace. And by the time we get here, bump on up to 270. And by the time we get here, we can see we'll still be climbing. Our flight altitude is 35,000, so we keep it at, let's see, clear, we'll keep it at 280 on the climb. And next page. And I doubt we'll make 300 here, but we'll just go ahead and put in our cruise. And yeah, put in cruise here also, rather than sticking at 380. 300. Okay. Next. And once we get the TiVo, yeah, we'll stay at 300. All right. And execute that. And leg wind. Let's get a wind update. Index, data link. Nope, it's not data link. Index, route menu, wind update. Send. And that should give us winds and winds aloft, hopefully. All right. And we need to put in our purse. So we'll start with the thrust limits. Outside air temperature, go back, get our ADAS back up, and outside air temperature is 3, pretty chilly. Pretty chilly. And execute that. And flight level is 350. Alternate flight level is 250. Cargo, we got 900 pounds. I wish you'd have gotten that from SimBrief. Fuel. Let's let it sense the fuel. wasn't right. All right. And then let's let it sense the fuel. Get the delete button there. Throw it there, and it's reading it from here, and that looks good. All right, execute that. That was page 1. Page 2. Well, it didn't. It's not reading our wins, and I could go to SimBrief. I could go to SimBrief and get some wind data, operational impacts. Where's that wind data? Let's see, they do have some wind data here. All right, here we go. Wind information. My problem has been with this, I never know where to use what. So my wind on my climb is, I tend to want to just go the middle of the, just use the middle of the road. So I'm going to use 267 at 22. And on the climb, 267 slash 22. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. And for cruise, I should be cruising at 20. Let's see, at 350. Wind should be 222 at 61. And on the descent, after I get to the top of descent, my descent should be 244 at 069. 244 at 069. I heard an alarm. I think my brakes just leaked down, that's all. 69. I was afraid I was getting that fuel imbalance. Execute that. VNav set up. That looks good. 3 pages of that. And runway is the runway wet or dry? I think it's dry. Okay. And take off. Winds. I get that from here. Do I have my iPad still on? Nope, I think I did turn that off. Good deal. So winds are 350 at 21 on the ground. And I don't like QNH. I don't like hectopascals. So I need to change that to QNH. So I'm gonna pop this guy out, open the menu up here, and scroll down to config and change that, escape, and now I can close that menu up. And 2991, and we're at 2994. Didn't get my 229.94. Have to put the point in here for this one. And next page. Center of gravity is 25%. So it's calculating that we want a trim value of 5.4, and it's giving us our rotation speed. So we'll send that to the primary flight display, um, and engine bleed. That should change at some point to 10th once we crank start the engines. All right. Next. All right. And page 3 look okay. That looks okay. So I should be good on that. All right. And I can close and get this down. I'm gonna keep these guys up, take off data, and next page. All right, charts, and go ahead and I don't have my engine started, so why am I on this page? Page 16. How did I get there without starting my engines? Tell me. Engine speed. Okay. Avionics charts. Okay. Yeah, I guess I do get there without starting my engines. Okay, so press the toggle button and I get this TO, and I should get NE somewhere. Alright, so go through this flow here, but before I go through it, yeah, that is 0, 0, even on that. Okay, before I go through it, let me go ahead and set my my speeds. So I'm gonna set this to 200. Actually, I'm gonna set it to 195 to keep from overspeeding in the Bravo. And my the last time I looked at the chart, I think I recall. Let's see. Let's go here. And let's go here. And let's see, we're using this one. Actually, I'm looking for the chart, right? That's what I'm actually looking for. Chart. Thought I could pull charts up in here. I can, but I don't want to spend a lot of time looking for them, so I'm gonna get charts somewhat from somewhere else. Okay. Hey, Roger. Good to see you. I am. No, I only got. Actually, I only got one half of a brain. So I'm trying to use that half. Roger says you're using both sides of your brain today. Okay. I got to remember so that to try to read the chats out loud for the benefit of those who can't see them. Yeah, but that is so funny. Okay. Now where was I? See, I told you I only got one half of a brain working. All right, so I need to pull that chart up, and let's see. So, is it in SimBrief? No, it's not in SimBrief. I think it's gonna be in SkyVector, right? That's SimBrief. That's not SkyVector. Most visited SkyVector. I don't know if I put the plan in here. Yeah, I do have the plan in here. Yeah, so this is the flight plan in case I didn't share it with with you guys that I'm taking from Midway to Raleigh Durham. Roger, it turned out that my BIOS, I had a really old BIOS that I was using, and I think that may have been what was causing my blue screens the last time I tried streaming, and I was getting those blue screens, and I just gave up. But anyway, hopefully I won't get one today. So yeah, that's what I'm testing to see if that happens. And I think I'm able to stream now on Twitch. I was trying to stream on both YouTube and Twitch in 4K, and that was stressing out the computer. So now I'm streaming YouTube in 4K and Twitch in 1080p. So I think it's working out. Of course, I know once I finish the stream, and if I finish it and go back. Okay. But yeah, let's see. I wanted to say that half of my brain. Now I'm only using a quarter of my brain because I pulled this up to see what uh, chart and departure. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm not flying a departure, so I don't need a chart. I'm not flying a departure out of here. All right. So yeah, we're going straight to our waypoint. Um, since I'm not using ATC, ATC would technically take me to my waypoint. All right, so let's get this guy started up. All right, let's go back over here. And departure briefings complete. Emergency procedures are reviewed. Pins, covers, and chocks are removed. Doors are closed. And cabin lights, water heaters, and master seat is set. Now, I don't know anything about water heaters on this aircraft, but that's okay. All right, next page. All right, engine start checklist. Doors are closed. Parking brake is set. Fuel quantity is set. I'm a good little ways from a fuel imbalance, so that's a good thing. And beacon can come on. And logo light can come on. All right. Let's see. Beacon. Fuel boost pumps can go on, and then we can do our ignition. All right. So let's turn these guys on, and let's find our marshal out there. He's invisible, just like my passengers and my first officer, but he's out there. All right, so we want to start them. Well, first, we'll get the chocks out, because I don't like having those guys have to look for those chocks. Actually, I poured the real chalk, so it's only the nose wheel chalk, but they got it out. And let's start with engine number 2. Is it okay to start? And he answers yes, it is okay to start. All right, so now ignition A or B, which one do I use? On even days of the week, I use A, and on odd days, I use B. This is the 12th, so I'm going to use A, and right engine, start, like it's lit up. So I'm going to watch this N1 right here. When it's over 20%, I can bring it up, exercise it. And looking for a hot start and looking for a stable start. Okay, got light off. Well, it had been lit off. What am I talking about? Okay, so I got a good start there. And at this point, I can turn off my fuel pumps and start engine number 1. It's okay to start that guy. Press and hold that. And N2 is coming up. N1 is coming up. Oh, give it some fuel, exercise it. I got light off. One PC, still counting. PCs with challenge. Yep, definitely. Definitely. I've got 2 PCs and an iPad, so, and I got them all on my desk. I've got the second PC sitting here monitoring Twitch, just in case somebody pop in on the stream and say hello. Then right now, unless I use something like a service that I pay for, like Restream, then, well, I could actually use Restream for free, but most of these services actually charge you money to do dual streams or multi-stream. Okay, so yeah, I got a good start on 2. Now I can look at this guy and make sure that everything is in the green and nothing looks flaky. Now I can turn my generators on. Generator 2, Gen 1 is on. All right, and we are cooking with gas. All right. So, and I'm using this checklist so that you guys can follow along to some extent. Okay, so I've already done all that. After start checklist, so it's just the electrical panels, and that look okay. That look okay. Yeah, so I am on my generator, still on the APU. Still got that open and running too, which I'm going to keep open and running until I'm airborne, because if I have an engine failure, then I want the APU on. I don't want to have to wait for it to start up. So that's why I found that on this jet we leave the APU on until we get airborne. Okay, problem is half the time, if I'm not careful, I might forget to turn it off. That's that half brain thing again for me. Alrighty. Let's see. Ignition can go to disarmed. And well, watch I forget to turn my continuous ignition on when I turn my landing lights on to take off. I always forget. Anyway, let's see. And then the next thing is packs. They're already on because I didn't turn them off. And now this is important, because if I don't get this right, then I won't have auto throttle, and it's so frustrating not to have auto throttle. Okay, so I'm gonna kill this for a moment. Press 14 stage, left and right switch lights in, and I should get a close indication. My close indication should extinguish. All right. So yeah, that makes sense. Left, right, and they did extinguish. Okay. And next page. Go to top of the page. And okay, so why do I get that wrong so often? All right. Cow and the ice. Press left and right switch lights in and start timer. All right. Left, right. Timer started. Continue with checklist, flight control synoptics page. All right. Synoptics page. And for movement. Looking good. Rudders looking good. So I'm happy with that. Elevators, yep. All right. And I think the next test is the spoilers. Ground spoilers. That was the wrong button. That was nose gear. Ground spoilers. Here we go. And turn those on. Alright, see my indicator. Turn them off. And then back to auto. Okay. And then on the, let's see. So what's next? Okay, so I did that already. Next page. Get to the top of the page. Alright, flight spoilers. Alright, that's what I thought. Alright, so this is my flight spoiler. Alright. And they seem to be working just fine. So I'm looking in two places. So I was looking up here and up here. I'm gonna cycle it one more time for your benefit. And cool. And cow into ice is on, looking good. And that should have came on within 45 seconds, but it's on, so I'm okay with it. And supplement a ground wing, switch light in and test on. Now, this test tends to fail sometimes. Okay, tested okay immediately. Awesome. And okay, check test on, okay. Continue with checklist, fuel balance, it's okay. Trim set for takeoff, we want 5.4 because that's what the FMC calculated using, let's see, so 5.4, 4.8, 5.2, 5.4. All right, good deal. And that's right up in here. Okay, and what's next? Nose gear is on, and then we'll do our APR test. So nose gear. Why is that button hiding from me? Nose gear, there it is. On. APR. Okay. Test. Test 2 is okay. Test 1 is okay. All right. Did it backwards, but they tested okay, so that's okay. That works for me. ADG tests, and this is the unit test. That tested okay. That has its own battery, so that's something the aircraft needs to be running the tests to get a good test. All right, sound supplemental ground, yeah. So that tested okay immediately. So we can turn that off. And now we can turn our cows off and turn our anti-ice to normal. I think that's why it hadn't been tested out, because usually after I test this, I turn them off, and I see I should really leave them on. Okay. It started to rain. I told the FMC I'm gonna have a dry runway, and then I'm gonna have a wet runway for real. All right, next. Okay, 14 stage. Isolation, switch in and check that the open light comes off, and then turn it off. All right. So I didn't get a light. Let me make sure I did that right. Press bleed air stage isolation switch in and check indicates open. And it didn't. Bleed 14 stage bleed air isolation. It's in now. Yeah, it's not testing out. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what to do about that, so I'm just going to keep going. But I am going to press it back out so that if my auto throttle stopped working, it probably has to do with that test. I'm still, yeah, if it stops, then yeah. All right, and just look for an advisory message when I turn these guys on. Okay, left and right, they're on. I see it over here, so that works. Turn it off. And ATS N1T N1TO 2 TOTO and AT CAS. Let's see, that should be right here, should be TARA, and I got that. So yeah, good to go there. After start checklist complete. Whew. Now that I've started the airplane, somebody can come fly it, because that was a day's work. That was the work there. Okay. All right. So taxi lights can come on. Okay, taxi lights are on. And let's see. Where am I now? What happened? Oh yeah, taxi. All right, into ice as required. Let's look at the outside temperature here. Still 3 degrees. So that's probably about 37 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere thereabout. So let's go ahead and turn our anti-ice on. And let's see, go ahead and turn our wings to normal. And let's go ahead and turn our windshield heat on low at the moment. Okay, because we don't want it to start icing up. And because by being 37 degrees, there's the temperatures can swing anywhere between 0 to 5 degrees in either direction, and depending on where you are. So yeah, even though it's 37 outside, where I'm sitting at, it could very easily be 32 degrees. So yeah. Okay, so let's next thing on the checklist, let's get rid of some stuff. All right, and brakes and steering. All right, so brakes and steering. Hey, oh, that's okay. USA PR1. Let's see, now how should I pronounce that? USA, I'm just going to say USA for you, USA April 1. So yeah, I see your message. So I see you have switched over to Twitch and found my channel. So, and I don't have Twitch set up yet to let me know if you have given me a follow, but if you have, then thank you. Yeah, I'm just kind of monitoring Twitch as if I am just another visitor to the channel until I figure out how to set it up the way that some of these guys who stream a lot on it. So yeah, LXGB Gibraltar, good day to you too, sir. Glad you stopped by. Welcome. So I've got the Challenger, and I'm at Midway, and I am about to start my taxi to runway 31 center to take off for Raleigh-Durham, KRDU. So that's the plan anyway. All right. And I've been going through the chat list, and for me to get through the chat list is a couple hours in and of itself, seems like. All right, so flaps 20 degrees. And let's start this takeoff. Let's see, brakes are released, right? Let's check. Parking brakes are still on. Brakes are released now. Left brake. Right brake. Steering. Yep, looking good. Alright, so if we can find Yankee 3 to get out of here, that would be awesome. Okay, so around. Clear over here. And I see an opening up there. That's going to be Yankee 4, I believe. There's Yankee 3 here. So let's see if we get Yankee 3 and not put too much thrust on that aircraft that we saw behind us. All right. There's Yankee 3. Clear on the left, clear on the right. Thank you, it does sound good, and yeah, it is a nice livery. So Gibraltar says it's a nice livery, and Roger says the aircraft sounds good. It is the best one. I was just telling my friend who's on Twitch now, USA bro, that how this aircraft is the best in its class. So I'm gonna make a turn here onto Kilo. So, and I'm gonna pop this guy up so you guys can follow my taxi and can yell at me if you see me doing something wrong. But this is how I know where to make my turns. So yes, I am cheap. I guess not. I guess in real life, pilots use all the available information, right? All right, so there's 3-1 left. I couldn't find it earlier when I was looking for it, but now I found it. I can find 3-1 center. Actually, what I want to do, what I was supposed to do is make a right turn here on Foxtrot. So yeah, let's turn here on Foxtrot and not cross. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Because we're headed to 3-1 center. Oh, that's your livery. Cool. Cool, yeah. I saw your message the other day when I was flying it, and you said that it was nice to see your livery. Yeah, I do. Sometimes I do use the auto check list that's built into the aircraft, and today I decided not to use it, and you are right, it does have its own maps that I can bring up, and it's superimposed. The aircraft is superimposed on it, so yeah. I actually had forgotten about that. All right, so how do I get through this? Okay, I see it. And shame on me, I'm not checking. Clear on the right, clear on the left. Yeah, you did a great job on this lifter. It really is beautiful. And it's eye-catching. You know, if you're going to have a $60 million jet, why not make it so it catches your eye, right? Both can be displayed on the yeah, on the right one. Yep. I haven't been able to pull that map up on any charts up on the right display. This is not a whole short line. Double lines on the other side. Alright, so this is my whole short line. Double lines on my side. I can believe it. I can believe it. I have no idea what it takes to create a livery. But I like the way you got the Challenger 650 noted, and I like the color scheme. So you did a great job. So show everybody your work. And I got this livery from X Aviation's forums, which is xpilot, x-pilot.com. And you go into the forums and go into Hotstart, and I think look for the Hotstart the developer forums, and I think you find liveries there if anybody else is interested. Yeah. So let's make this happen. So I'm gonna turn my labels on. I don't want to kill anybody. Clear for takeoff, runway 31 center, Challenger 221 Sierra Whiskey. Okay, so I don't see any labels saying that anybody's on final. Cool. Alright, lights. If I can remember everything. Okay, lights. Oh, come on, lights. Continuous ignition. I remember that time. Lights, camera, action. See, I'm still old school, right? Lights, camera, action. So I got my flaps in. All right, actually I do have a takeoff checklist that I should be going to. Passenger signs can go on, holding those brakes, and make sure that they're on. Anti-collision lights, I almost forgot those. Probes, see I'm missing a lot of stuff. I'm gonna turn those on high, the windshield heat on high, and anti-ice cowl, I do want that on because it's pretty cold outside. And supplemental ice panel, another check. I think that's what they need to do. Alright, cast to config. Alright, so what's my cast? I still got a lot of stuff going on. I didn't turn my fuel pumps on. Skid. Did I turn that off? Good thing nobody's coming, because I just taking the runway. Anti-skid. On. Alright. And probes. I think I must turn those. Alright. And reversals. Config OK, A and B, and cow anti-ice is on. All right, we are good to go. Good to go. I can just imagine how your callous hands looked. Yeah, polishing that guy. All right, ATS is engaged. N1 is holding. Rotate. V2. Take off, gear up, do want that, and flaps up, autopilot, engage, VNav. Of course, I'm not using a VNav. Okay, so let's make sure that this is working the way I want it to. Direct to this guy. VNav sensor failed. Okay, that's fine. Because I don't have a VNav set up. Chart off here. And so I'm not tracking. Let's level out at 8,000. Good night, Roger. Have a good sleep, my friend. I'm glad you stopped by. Oh, I'm sorry, not Roger. Good night. That's right, Roger. You in my time zone. Good night, Gibraltar. See you soon, and thanks for stopping by. And I will try not to scratch it. Okay. Head on up to flight level 200. Engage our nav. Half a piece of brain that I'm using is feeling this. Yeah, I look up and I see good night. I see you saying good night to Gabritar, and it looked like the first thing I go, well, you saying good night to me. But that's only because only half of my brain works sometimes. I like that. All right, let's get rid of this guy here. It's got it on the reverse toggle there. All right. So, as soon as we make sure that we are tracking let's bring this back and go back to flight plan. And let's get earned. Go direct. Execute. And maybe now we're tracking our flight plan. Alrighty. And let's go up here. Continue ignition off. Auto APU go off. So, landing gear up, flaps 0, check. Turn these labels off. Okay, continue submission off, pressurization check. I always like to look up here, but that didn't tell me anything, actually. Look here, and that's rising. Yep. And this guy. All right. PAX transition. Now this is something I need to be really careful about. So I want to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Look like I'm reaching 20,000. No, not I'm reaching 10,000. That's because I did do a vertical speed. Vertical speed. And set this to 22. And we're going up to 20,000. Tell you, auto throttle is a beautiful thing, guys. Ah, shucks, I left the iPad up. Get rid of that. Auto throttle is a beautiful thing. All right, Frank, I'm wondering when would the shrimp and grits be yeah, don't you smell it? I tell you, it's gonna be served when we get somewhere over Kentucky. Is it possible you can climb unrestricted so I can enjoy the meal? Sure. Let's see what ATC says. ATC, Roger wants us to climb unrestricted. Can we do it? Clear the flight level 350. Challenger 221 Sierra Whiskey. Yep. So they did it. You the man, Roger. We are unrestricted to our flight level 350. And now we'll do a flight. We can actually bump this up to 270. And turn our lights off. Sometimes I like to leave it on. And seatbelt signs, how's it weather. Yep, we're above the clouds, so we're turning the seat belts on to auto. And smoking to auto. Of course, if you own this plane and you got them, smoke them. If this is a charter, then don't smoke them. All right, so look at that again because I don't want to mess up my auto throttle. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Set climb for us on FMC pref limit page. Alright. So climb is 93. Select thrust, select climb. Okay, I didn't do something. Alright, hit that guy, select it. So, APU generators are off. Shut it down. All right, passenger signs. Check. And what's next? After takeoff checklist is complete. Okay, so next checklist is our descend checklist. If I can remember how to get rid of this window here. Alright, so we can sit back and enjoy some flying and let me go back there and fix us some grits and shrimp. Oh, it's your plane. So, technically, this is a 2-man operation, and as you can see, I just did the whole thing by my lonesome. All right, so that should be playing. Back in my seat. Put some headphones on. All right. Unable. Sorry, Roger. Unable. Are you sure it's chicken that you want to smoke? Are you sure it's chicken? So, US April, are you still with us? So, yeah. Now, if I don't have a cabin pressure issue, then we should be able to enjoy this flight. And I'm at 25,000, no cabin pressure issue, but I didn't do my 18,000 foot check, which is simply to go to standard and standard here. I can almost see why it take two people to fly these jets, because you really get task saturated there for a minute. Now, I didn't see anything in my checklist about turning off the reversals. I probably missed it. Let me go back and see if I missed it. Yep, right here. It's all good. Uh-oh. What's throwing it? See that cabin altitude. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna ruin my whole flight. I'm at 8,700 and its altitude in the cabin is at 8,700 and rising. And I don't know what to do to stop that. Let me level off right here for the time being. ATC having a cabin issue thing, request flight level 29. And let's see, let me go up here to my, I can turn these heaters off. Make sure heat, that stays on. This will go to cow heat, come off. And let's see, so I did 1, 2, 2, so I'm hitting the wrong order. Didn't mean to click it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want to do 4, 1, 3, 2. And yeah, see that upsets my auto throttle. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cabin pressure. Cabin pressure. Cabin pressure.
And it never fails. Once my auto throttle stops, then I'm never able to get it back.
Positive rate.
Never able to get it back once it fails. And my cabin altitude is, yeah, so ATC, I'm gonna have to descend. Where my air conditioner packs were off. That might be what's going on. My girls are in my lap. It's not very comfortable. Hey girls, hello, this is your friendly Captain White, wishing you guys, hope you guys are happy, had a Merry Christmas. I hope Santa brought you what you wanted. I have tried to do that manual, and it didn't seem to work. Let's leave that up. Okay, it is going down. Roger, you are a genius. The arrow is pointing in the right direction. at 6'1", and it's set at 8,300 feet. All right, so, but it's holding. All right, so down. Whoops. Down. Okay, slow that rate down. So if I could get it down to about 6,000, that would be more ideal. Let me turn my autopilot back on. Overspeeding. And I was just talking about what autopilot is on. Good. I mean, I'm on course. Let's see. What was that? Caution. ATS. We're not engaged. Now, what I've read is that usually when the ATS is not working, that's because of a target issue. So I'm gonna put a target here. Let's try 90 cruise. Let's try 93. Yeah, let's try 93 for the target, and let's see if that resolves the issue. Okay, let's clear that failure. And alright, so hitting the toggle button disables the autopilot as it should. Holding at 85, so I guess I'm okay there. I would try to climb back up to my cruise altitude in a minute, and thank God I'm not managing the radios. If I was doing all this and trying to do VATSIM, I would be crazy. I know, I am no genius. Okay, and mistakes galore. Let's see, I'm done with that for the time being, so I can move that out the way. And oh, you're talking about you being the genius. Yeah, you are. You are the genius. You're the one who thought about the manual system, which I had tried in other flights, and to be honest with you, I never pressed the manual button. I would just swing the manual rate knob and wondering why it wouldn't work. But thanks to you, I actually pressed the button that said manual, and that at least stopped the climb from going up. What I don't know is how to bring it back down. First things first. Okay, so now I'm hoping I can get my auto throttle. Let me try changing this to the cruise. That's not going to work. Okay, 95.9 is what I want. And so I set the target there on the thrust limit. Got 2 pages. And not on ground, so it won't even let me get to the second page. All right. And Auto throttle's engaged. I want to hit this guy, ATS, and see my light come alive, and it will not. I want to press the toggle button and see all the toggle button do is disable my autopilot. So thrust limit and I don't know. Nearest altimeter 29.8. Oh shucks. I didn't realize I was descending. Talk about mistakes. Alrighty, so let's go to vertical speed. So I'm at 25. Aggressive. Throw in some throttle. Hit the ATS button again. Hopefully it'll come alive. No such luck. Hit the toggle button. No such luck. Hit the VNav and toggle. Obviously I'm experimenting now. I'm just hitting buttons and hoping something works. Nothing is working. So thrust limit is 96, 95.6. So So it is on. Autopilot is on. Anytime you see this little green light here, that means it's engaged. And flight level to 350. Yeah, I should fix that. Making a turn here at this waypoint. So Alt select, so it's going to capture 350. Flight director, vertical speed, yeah. Flight level change. Set that to 280. And let's see, set that, come on, find 280. Okay, and now try ATS, nope. Try the toggle button, nope. So you good. Now I can eat my grits. Oh, you say, you know what? I tell you, I cannot read. You said my grits are in my lap, and I thought you said my girls are in my lap. That's why I was saying, hey, girls. Your grips in your lap. Not very, I know, right? Okay, so 95.5 on the thrust. So I'm just about at the limit. I can disable these guys that I saw some time ago. That shouldn't have anything to do with my ATS. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I know this is not gonna make a hill of difference, but I'm gonna max out the ATS. Go 100%. I'll put it to the wall and now hit this button. Nada. And toga. Nada. So let me bring it back before I blow some engines. And check my fuses. Make sure that it didn't have a fuse pop that might have something to do with my ATS not being able to engage. I don't think that's the case, but as a pilot, I guess we have to look at all possibilities, right? VNAV. All right, we'll check the VNAV in just a second. Let me finish looking, make sure I don't have any fuse pops. If I did, I'd see white somewhere easily and have my first officer look behind me. And they all look good. All right. VNAV. Good catch, because, well, I don't have a VNAV. Do I have VNAV set up? Yeah, I do have VNAV set up for cruise. Okay, so I'm handling thrust manually. Thrust is at 95.6. The air is really thin up here because my speed is dropping, but that's because I'm doing a vertical speed climb. No, I'm not. I guess VNAV is, yeah, vertical pitch. So VNAV is controlling the pitch. $1,000 to go. Grits taste so much better when you don't have hypoxia. I know, right? That's why you guys were laughing in the back. Let's see, what is this guy still going back up, even though it's on manual. Is it? I thought it was at. Yeah, no, it's staying put. Cabin pressure's going up because it was at, I think it was lesser than 7.3. I mean, the differential was lesser than 7.3. And the cabin temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. So 2.2 times 23, 2 times 23 is 56 plus 32. Is that about right? And then the 0.2 is another 5.6 plus everything. So that would make about 79, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere thereabout. 82.2 times 23 equal 50 plus 32. So it's 82.6 degrees in the cabin, which it would probably be just 80 degrees in the cabin, but those grits are heating it up another 2.6 degrees. I got this. I certainly hope so. Well, good news is so far my sim hadn't crashed. So that's something to be said for that. Alright, so I can pull these throttles back a little bit to avoid overspeeding. And looks like it's gonna settle down at about Mark 82. Indicated airspeed is 280 knots over the ground at 474 knots. Got a 92 degree crosswind and with a headwind component to it. So what I can do is I can look at ForeFlight and see let's find my jet. Okay, so I'm over the weather, I think, but look at those wind bars. And that's 105 knots in that storm. I think that's 105 knots right there. And that's crosswind, and that's at 36,000. So if I were to go up to 42,000, then let's see, that's 50 plus 10, 20. That's about 70 knots. So I should either go higher at 2.7, that's 100. At 2.4, that's 50, 60, 70, 80, 75 knots crosswind. So yeah, it looked like 2.4. 390 probably would be a better altitude than 350. So yeah, I should go up. I should go up a few feet. I should go up a few feet. ATC just gave me clearance to climb to 390. 390. Vertical speed. cool to have such a high vertical speed. Bring it down. For one thing, I can't see it. Man. Can't. Okay, 2,000. There it is. So I'm in the wrong place for it. No, that's my climb rate. That's not what I'm setting it at. Don't spill them grits. I tell you, flying with me, you might have shrimp coming out your nose. It's very cold. That remind me, yeah, my half bank is on. It comes on automatically. So set that thrust to about 93, and that should be enough to fly fast and not overspeed. All right, so as this note, oh man, look at the clouds out there. And that may be roughly true to life, because if you look at the weather, oh, but that weather's behind me. Okay, so maybe I'm looking up and seeing the weather over Lexington, Kentucky, Cincinnati, Ohio. So this weather is between Ohio and Kentucky. And I do have some cold water. Well, no, you don't need cold water. I was thinking that you might need some cold water to put on your burns from the grits, but I was smart enough to have you spill your tea to cool off those burns. So yeah, you know, I had to have you spill that sweet tea on purpose, because I'm trying to help you heal. Have high clouds behind me and in front of me. So one thing that I haven't been doing is updating my flight sim. I know a lot of people are still using the beta versions, and I think there's a 12.1 beta 1 out, and I'm still at 12.0. So I should be participating in the beta to see what new features X-Plane is trying to introduce. Let me go get you a towel. Let's see. So I'm trying to use the mouse to do this, and as you can see, that's not working out for me. Whoa. Headphones back on. Why is okay, that's better. Yeah, I have to use my arrow keys. Alright. go in this cabinet here. And get you a tower. Didn't see it in that cabinet. Look again. There's a tower. Bring it back to you. And Roger, I don't mean no harm, buddy, but I can see right through you. All right, here's a tower. Yeah, well, you can. The reason why you got grits, shrimp, and tea in your lap is because oh, minus 73 degrees Fahrenheit. The reason why you got grits, tea, and shrimp in your lap is because you didn't tip the pallet. That's why. You got on board, you spoke, but you didn't pull out your wallet and said, here's a tip for a safe and enjoyable flight. So next time, you know what to do. Next time, you know you gotta tip the pilot. Okay, so I've been sitting here since about 1 o'clock real time without a break, so I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Be right back. overspeed. Heard an alarm. Sounds like extortion, huh? No, you didn't have to tip me, but I didn't have to fly straight and level. So it's not extortion. Okay, so I'm getting over this weather here, which might be why things are starting to get kind of windy. So yeah, let's see. Now, it dawns on me that my auto throttle was working fine until I saw in my checklist that I needed to close up some things. So let me go back here. Come on. Why is my why's my overhead view not working the way it should be? So I went 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm gonna try reversing all of that. Heard an alarm. And cabin altitude is up to 9,000 feet and rising at a rate of 1,100 feet per minute. So bring this guy, get it to come down. And try and bring it down. Down. 9,800 feet. Down, down, down. Okay, so that's fault. I did get a fault. Oh my stars. That was a mistake.
Cabin pressure.
I
Cabin
know.
pressure. Cabin pressure. Cabin pressure.
Down.
Cabin pressure. Cabin pressure.
Bring it down
Cabin
real
pressure.
fast.
Cabin pressure. Cabin
And it
pressure.
won't come down.
Cabin pressure. Cabin
So let's
pressure.
go back
Cabin
to
pressure.
this. 1,
Cabin
2,
pressure.
3,
Cabin
4.
pressure.
Let me hit the
Cabin pressure. Cabin pressure.
turn that off. Alright, she's coming down now. So I do have to have the 10 stage. This needs to be in, right needs to be in, left needs to be in, and low control valve and isolation valves need to be off. Yeah, I know, right? That will make you forget about all that food and drink in your lap. So yeah, I got some alcohol in the cupboard. You are welcome to it. and somehow or another I messed up my views, because when I hit the number that's supposed to give me the view that I want, it's not. I'll straighten that out some other time. Still got caution here for cabin altitude, but it's coming down. It went back down to 9,500, which looked like it's where it's gonna stay. But that's pretty high, but slow enough to keep you from getting hypoxia. So yeah, let's see what we can find back there to give you. I'm doing this now with so let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can find on board here. Take one of these glasses and inside this drawer right here, you'll find all the alcohol that you ever want, and get your drink on. And if it's too warm back there, cool it off. And I'm exploring now. Cabin temperature. Door status. Looking good. Lights. It's daytime, so it doesn't matter. What other announcements do we have? Trying to scroll it down. Okay, that's how you do it. We'll play turbulence.
May we have your attention, please? We have indications that we may encounter some turbulence. Please return to your seat and ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened and loose articles are secured. When the seatbelt sign
So you
is
just
turned
want
off,
jet
you
fuel.
may resume your normal activity.
I know that's right. So now it's unfortunate that my auto throttle isn't working, because I tell you, when it works, it makes landing a pleasure. Because I really just have to just look at it land, look at it line up. All right, let's see what the ATIS is for our RDU. And that way we can get, let's see, KRDU, okay? That way we can figure out what runway we want. Oh, shoot, that ain't gonna work. So, and I got a tipsy passenger back there. KRDU. Request. Arrival. Send. haters. Winds of 190 at 9. Expecting ILS runway 23 left, 23 right, and RNAV for runway 32. So we'll do 23 left. That should put us on the side that the FM that the FBO is on. 5 left, 23 right, 23. Yep, 23 left. So that's what we want. All right, so let's do an arrival. I think we do have an arrival. And that arrival is going to be the 8 and 3, 23 left. Yep. So I agree with the routing there. So arrivals 8 and 3, 23 left, ILS, and the transition is going to be Tiva, all right? And for the ILS, let me get a chart to see. I'll tell you what, I never tend to use my Navigraph. Go ahead and execute that before I lose it. I tend to never use my Navigraph chart. Okay, got the transition in. So select my approach. And I do know I want ILS for 23 left. I think it was. Is it 23 right? 23 left. All right. Add route. So, transition for butts. Zero. So I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Okay, transitions butts. All right. There we go. Execute. Got it. I am learning how to use an FMC. I can't believe it. And I just started using one, I think, let's see, when I bought this plane, I think I bought it in November or October. Hadn't been that long. And I had no idea how use an FMC. I saw a flash. It's too bright to be lightning. But it could have been. If I see it again, I know it was lightning. X-Plane has to work on that because, yeah, that's lightning. So it's storming up under us, but X-Plane need to work on the lightning because if I was up under the clouds and the lightning and the cockpit lit up, it would look okay. But on top of the clouds, when it lightning, I shouldn't see any flashes. And I do. And I noticed that someone else and some foreign brought that to my attention when they wanted to know what the flashes were. So that's what that is. Helen it. All right. I am trying. And I'm gonna go get my lunch. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. I know I can't drink and drive, but is there any rules against eating and flying? Oh, have I got to my train? See what's going on here. Autopilot disengaged. Was it something I did? I don't think it's time to descend. Page. Let's look at legs. I guess it is. All right. I think I got in here already. Let's bring this down. VNav is engaged. I see the green light. And a TV that wants 340, so I'm going to go ahead and start a vertical descend just in case I missed it. And do 1,000 foot a minute. Because I'm not sure. Let's see. BKW. I got 41 nautical miles to TiVo, and then I should just. I'm still learning to read this because I get confused as to whether this means. I got this discontinuity. I'm trying to get rid of that. Okay, so I'm still not clear on. It's not grits. Whether execute. Whether this means that once I get the TiVo, then I descend to flight level 341. Or whether I should be at 341 when I get the TiVo. So if I get the TiVo and then descend to 341, then that means I was okay at 390 until I got there. Because I still have 55 miles from TiVo to McDon, at which point I want to be 17,000 or below. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to manage the power. So, ladies and gentlemen, there will be some overspeeding. So, and this is something that I always forget, and that's to do the descent checklist, passenger signs, and go on. I was going to go get my food. If you're using VNav, just set your out. I am using VNav. Okay, so I'm gonna turn vertical speed off where it's at. Okay, there's my VNav indicator, this little circle. I know it means something. I'm not sure what it means. And so I got VNav engaged. And this is saying autopilot vertical pitch and alt select. So let me get this dialed down to I like to dial it down to my, thank you. Thank you, Captain Roger, First Officer. So my standard button is probably telling me to set up my standard barometer button is probably telling me to set up my altimeter. Let's see. Now it's going to get oh shucks, didn't mean for that to happen. So we get a ATOS. Let's see, the RDU altimeter is 2986. So I'm gonna set that up. All right, got that ready. And cool. Alrighty. Getting a little slow here. Oh, no, I'm not. The, let's see. What you're saying. I see I got the flight level change dialed down to 243. But I'm not doing flight level change. I don't think that system uses I should get me they got a plug-in that will sound so you can hear the passengers screaming when the plane does something unexpected or too wild. I should get that plug in. So I got clouds in the airport environment. I mean, my frame rate's taking a beating. I see it in the avatar right here, and I'm already down to 23. So if I got clouds in the airport environment on approach, it may bottom out to less than 20. Speed don't look that bad. Could fly a little faster, but given that I'm controlling the throttle, I guess I take it. 275. What am I over the ground? 376. Crosswind. 70 knot crosswind with a slight tailwind component. All right, go to standard. Get rid of standard. 2989 on the barometer. Okay. 18,000 foot check set. Stop tab. Pressurization, fuel quantity. It's okay. I need to look at my landing charts. Nav. To the first officer side. Oh man, none of my quick keys are working. I think I see why. Let's see. I need to control out home. Whoops. Come on. Why'd you put me outside? Control home. I don't know if I got this yet or not, Roger, but we'll get to the ground somehow. That much is guaranteed. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can wolf down this food, and I'll be right back with you. Okay. Now, I am veering off on the iPad, and I'm not sure why. Let's see. Pull up this iPad. Here we go. So yeah. Let's see. Because let's see. I don't need routes. I need I got the arrival in. Okay, yeah, the arrival's in. Let me add the approach. 2, 3 left. Butts. It's transition. Add the route. Okay, it's going to butts. So let's take this out. There we go. And that's what it's doing. Alright, and turn the iPad off. See what that alarm was all about. Okay, that was my cabin altitude. I think that's finally low enough to not have to be concerning. And my quick look stopped working. Let me get it manually. X camera enabled. There we go. I don't know why some of the stuff stopped, some of the looks stopped working, but they did. Okay. Now check transition level. Okay, lights can come on. I'm thinking at a 10. The lights on this one is up here. There we go. And what else do I need? So, speed. Speed check. All right. Next page. Before landing checklist. All right, before landing checklist, gear lever. Nose steering needs to be armed. Double check this. Nose steering is armed. And a skid is armed and tested. Okay, passenger signs. I keep forgetting that button is no longer working, so I have to do it there. This way. Passenger signs. Buckle up. Buckle up, buckaroo. Anti-ice, continuous ignition. First reversals. Spoilers. Flaps. Cast. What's on that cast? Man, my frame rate is just crying. See what my actual frames are right now. Or 23, 15, 16. So I think this is because I'm streaming in 4K. I think if I was streaming at 1080p, I would be okay. So I may have to start streaming, may have to stop the 4K streams. Look at my speed. I want about, how much speed do I need? Oh man, I ran into a discontinuity. All right, turn the butts. And at this point, I need to go direct to dense. Looking at my iPad, and so yeah, I need to go direct to dense. Bring that up. Direct. Execute. Dense. Direct. Dense. Execute. All right. And I need to be at 3,000. All right, so where am I? 6,000. 300 knots. 4. So I'm not doing a good job on this approach, but one way or another, we'll get on the ground. All right. So I also need to adjust the lights. Because with this sim, with this plane, don't adjust the lights. You won't be able to see anything. Case in point is this guy. And let's see, get rid of the iPad here. Got a tendency of bringing that up and forgetting to bring it down. Yeah, my throttle's set to where I can throttle up now. I'm on speed. And I need to stay on speed. The thing with this jet is on a lot of the GA aircraft that I fly, I know exactly, well, not exactly, but I have an idea of where to set the throttle to achieve certain speeds. And here, I'm just having to constantly play with it. With most of the props, see, if I need to hear some gospel music on this flight, perhaps I'm going up, yeah, traffic. Let's see, where's the traffic? I know, right? Because he just said I'm nearing some traffic and having a clue where the traffic is at. So there's Delta 4.6 nautical miles away. They're up under me, so where they at 1300. And why am I not descending? Did Visa? Let's see. Okay, well I'm gonna trust the vertical nav to descend me. Well, I should be at 2200. So, anyway, I'm way too high. There's my airport. There's my airport. Ah, shucks, like I'm going miss.
Traffic, traffic.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way I can salvage this. I don't see traffic. I know this is unrealistic, but I'm dumping everything I got. To try and get down.
2500.
Dumping everything I got. All right, it's my aircraft.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
So I've been at this for a minute, and
Pull up. Pull up.
we are gonna land no matter what.
Pull up. Pull up.
Yeah, gears down. Man,
50. 40.
if we can
30.
bleed off the speed.
20. 10.
Wee doggy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raleigh, Durham, and we'll have somebody coming by to clean up the barf in a few. Let us pray. So I'm here at Echo. Yep. Let us pray. All right. And before we go any further, shucks, what I'm looking for is my checklist. Yeah. All right, before landing. All right, got that done. I have a tendency to forget to use my checklist after landing. All right, lights and taxi lights. And the collision lights are off. Continuous ignition can go off. I should look at two things at a time. Windshield heat probes. All my icing spoilers can be stowed. Store them now. Flaps can go to 0. And let's go up here and what was it I was supposed to be doing up here? Shucks. I got plenty of memory in the computer. I just need some in me. Probes and icing. I just need some in me. All right. And all right, no icing. Okay, I think I'm good to taxi. And thank God I'm not using ATC. All right, so what is my frame rate? Avatar says 20, but anytime it could be lower than that. 16. Golly, 15. What is eating up my frames? I really enjoyed this stream. Your honesty really made it better. It's when you're not at your it's it's when you are not at your best your character shines. Thanks, Roger. I tell you, I am never at my best. Well, I don't have a best. Maybe my best is not being at my best. Alrighty. But I do appreciate that. And I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. That's what it's all about. And I was just not going to do a missed approach and go around. I was just not going to do it. I know I should have. But hey, let's face it, this is a sim. So I could get away with it. And even though I got some barf to clean up, we on the ground safely, right? So yeah. All right, so get down here. My nav lights on, but it's dark enough now. But I really am not feeling my frame rate. So I really am not. 15, 16 frames. So as soon as I get where I can park. One thing that X-Plane can do that Microsoft's Flight Sim struggle with is the instant replay. And don't want to go back that far. I bet my sim would, well, sometimes it'll crash when I do the instant replay and do it. Sometimes it'll recover. So just have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, yeah, the weather will, especially the clouds and the rain. Yep, you're right. But it shouldn't drain it to the point that it's draining it. Um, I've got a if I didn't have a beefy machine, then then I would I would I've got my old machine had an i7 6th gen processor in it, a 1080 uh, a 1080 Ti card with 12 gigabytes of RAM in it and 32 gigabytes of RAM on the motherboard, and it could handle a lot of this stuff in X-Plane 11. And this machine is pretty beefy. I don't, I want to be humble the, about what I have because I'm grateful to have it. It's a i9 12900, which is which was a few months ago, it's the flagship GP CPU, and the 3080 may not be the flagship, but it's still a pretty decent graphics processor. So I feel like I should be getting a lot better than 15, 16 frames at an airport, even in 4K. And I did get I did change back to the default airport, so I'm not running the add-on. So so anyway, to make a long story short, I think it should be better. Um, and yeah, it still a complex. Oh, okay. Now here's my dive. Here's my dive. There's no way that I should be able to make this runway. All right, go back to real time. And got all my flaps in, gear down, speed brakes up. All right, trying to bleed off speed here, a little high, a lot high look like. And we're down. Reversals. All right, so much for that. The replay mode is off. Oh, what is that? So, so yeah, I am working with this guy, and let's see, what frame? I'm still getting 16. So once I stop, then I'm gonna pull up some twos and try to do some troubleshooting. All right, so we're gonna turn here. And this is for Raleigh Durham, which is my home airport. This is general aviation here. This airport actually has a pretty good sized general aviation area relative to a lot of airports with this size. And when I go out to the airport to do some plane spotting, I am always surprised as to how many people got these big fast jets. I'm like, wow. And a lot of them are privately owned. Okay, we're gonna park right here in this spot. All right, now how did I do? Is my wheels on the spot? It ain't too bad. Ain't too bad. I was trying to get on the yellow line, but that ain't bad at all. All right. So I enjoyed having you along, Roger. And before I actually end the stream, I am going to set the brake. So that key works. All right, brake is set. And actually I should go to my checklist and do the shutdown. I should, but I'm not. I don't think I am. I think what I'm gonna do is while I got 15 frames running, then I think I am going to leave everything running as is and then pull up some stuff to see. Start with Windows Task Manager to see if I can't figure out where my bottleneck is at. So the bottleneck, in fact, I'll pull it over here. The bottleneck, all right, so I'm still getting 15 frames. Excuse me. My CPU is only being used at about 30–50% utilization, so that's not the bottleneck. My GPU is my phone is ringing if you hear a buzz. My GPU is only using 64% utilization, so I am not sure what is eating up the frames. Let's see if I can look at the cores in the CPU. Performance. Let's see. Resource monitor. And so X-Plane tend to run in only one core. And let's see, CPU. None of the cores, well, obviously it's running in this core here. And yeah, so even though excuse me, I've got some cores that are not being utilized, which is why my CPU percent looks so low, but obviously I got some cores that X-Plane is running in that's being maxed out. So my guess is that the CPU must be my bottleneck. CPU 3, and it's in red. I don't know what it being in red actually means. Let's see, status. Oh, it means it's not responding. Okay, so anyway, I am going to call it, and I appreciate you guys all who stopped by, especially you, Roger. You always keep me company on these long flights, and I do appreciate it. So I've got a little jingle that I play. So Y'all, so get it out, Frank. So until next time,
Welcome back now. Welcome back now. Here.
all right, so until next time, I enjoyed it. Bye. And I enjoy explaining too.